Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, you know it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I'm locking in. Been prototyping player abilities this morning. And feeling pretty good about it. Making moves. Still figuring things out, although I'm trying to get into the mindset of just like allowing the process to carry me where I need to go. You know, it's okay to have waste. That's my current mindset. As long as you have velocity, waste is okay. If you're a very efficient but very slow worker, it doesn't help you. So I want to say I've got something in my eye. I think it might be like a beard hair, some sort of something, dust or something. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now. Early risers to the stream. Paulie Beanbags is here. Pixels Murphy is here. Virtue versus Vice. Kenji Maru, welcome. Also a big thanks to anyone lurking on YouTube and watching in the VOD. I want to say the biggest thank you to most recent followers and subscriber, Andrew and Farolino. Thank you kindly. All right. Dude, is it an eyelash? What the hell is that? It's like meh. Is it sleep? We call it sleep. Do you guys? Oh, there it is. It was an eyelash. Okay. There we go. We can now resume to our regularly scheduled programming. So today, I've been working on a new ability. Do you want to see it? We're locking in. Can I press play? Is play going to... There we go. So I got this ability that we were talking about yesterday. This is what I call reflex wave. So you go into like a parry stance and it builds up. And then you can release it. And you can release it in whichever direction you like. I like it. I don't know what it's going to need in order to do what it needs to do. I probably should try it with a controller. Next, I'm sort of like, I find that I watch it a lot. I'm sort of stuck watching it, and it might be because the animation fidelity is not quite there yet, that I sort of don't know when it's going to end. So the way that it works is you have like the ability, and then if you get hit, it builds up a charge, and every time you get hit, it resets the timer. And that timer, 1, 2, yeah, let's see. I mean, you kind of have to rely on getting hit. That's the hard part. Yeah. Also, it looks like you can only really get hit twice. 1. Ah, I see. So I think what I might need is like a 4th step. So, okay, the way that it works is you have... One sec, pals. Got to close some things that shouldn't be open right now. You have this stance that you go into, and then this stance can build up charges, and then after the timer runs out or you press a button, the stance cancels into a burst, and then you move in any direction you're currently pointing. So there's a few things that are, go into that. And maybe we need one stance that's just empty, like that. Tag empty, or 0. So what I can do is go to that reflex wave 0, close that, that's correct, drag that in. There's reflex wave 0, it needs a hurt box. Okay, there it is. We go to Armin, we go to reflex wave, and we need one more animation called animation 0. So this is like, you haven't been hit yet, you don't have any charge. That goes at the top. And this has a frame rate of 1, I think, or like 0.9. Yo, Akame, thank you so much for the for joining us. And Cards, thank you for the sub. Cheers. So let's try that again. So the first one does nothing. Then it kind of builds. 1, 2. I'll try it again. 1, 2, 3, and then you can zip. So pretty cool. This needs to be reflex wave 0. Sorry, I confused myself there. And then there was another thing. Now that I've got 3 of these, the kind of balance is a bit off. So the charge index goes up. In order for this to work, charge index needs to be greater than 0, which means for every hit that you take, you go further. So then this is going to start at 1, but it's going to go up to 3. This is kind of exactly how I wanted it, but maybe I'll just keep it a little bit more simple. The duration, I think, can be... that's fine, I think, just like that. Is one particle system generating 30 particles more demanding than 8 systems each generating 1 particle? 8 systems is probably more demanding than 1 system. So that's how it works. You can release it only after 1 hit, but you don't go as far. Yes, it's Beyblades. Do you know what it reminds me of a lot? It reminds me of Demon Slayer. The water kind of motif. Yeah, see, that was too much. That duration is, it should be like 0.25, and then this is like 0.08 or like 0.07 additional. I'm still tuning it. 1, 2. Yeah, like that's heaps. One, 2, 3. I wonder if this is one of those things where you should store the energy if you don't use it. It just sort of can get stored for later. That feels like it might be broken though. Okay. One more time. Maybe actually might be a good idea to take the ability and not use it here, but somewhere a little bit more sort of like game centric. Trying to make stylized smoke effect for randomness, had to use 8 systems, each one particle, deciding whether to draw or flip books. No, that's how I do it. What you're describing is not bad. Even though if you're in Unity, you've actually nailed the approach that I settled on. Let me show you something that's will be very relevant to you. So if that's the context, if you're talking about a diverse particle system with the flip books, that's you're on it, right? Check this out. Okay, see this? That's doing what you're talking about. Those are all hand animated, but they're different animations being handled by different particle systems. Because each particle system is only capable of containing one texture array. So yes, actually, I would do it the way that you've done it, because I have done it the way that you've done it. So if I look at my particle system, so this is the effect, and then these are the systems. So there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one, there's 4 of them. So what I'm doing, I don't have 8, I have 4. And each of them has a texture sheet that is a long animation of the thing just resolving one like blob of smoke. And those blobs, I mean, like, give it a second. So each of those blobs looks like it's about that big. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. So these 4 things create, when you stack them, this. So it is a working strategy. I recommend it. Same thing with this fire. That fire is using 3 different particle systems. There's like big flames, medium flames, little flames. So yeah, I wouldn't do what you're doing. I think it works. We have a water one that I wanted to do soon, if not today. I'm happy to do it. I have water effects in the game, but I don't really like them yet. This is 2024. Oh no, this is oh no, this is the dock I was thinking of. So so much experimentation here. I tried like orbs. I tried splashes. I tried ice. I liked this, but it felt more like wind than water. Thank you, Akame. This, it mostly comes down to this idea that like fire is, and I think I can solve this. We're gonna work it out. But if you think about like fire, you can sort of spawn a fire thing, and it will resolve as a flame and disappear very locally, right? So the actual fire goes from here, to here, and your canvas can be this big, and that's true no matter what you do, right? You can have like a stream of fire that just does that. Same thing with smoke, right? Smoke kind of like billows up and then kind of like resolves out vertically, right? And it gets eaten up by itself and whatever. But water is much heavier. Pardon me. Water is not lighter than air. So when you have water, if you're going this way and you spawn a drop of water, the drop of water wants to follow you. It wants to go in the same direction you're going. So if you have like a sword swing where the water goes, you expect some droplets to go this way, some 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 to go this way, and for it to sort of splash out, right? And that splashing out has a directionality to it that if I'm, if that's the sword there and we've just swung it, that's kind of what you'd expect, like a wave of water, which is much harder to do because now you can't just draw one particle that's resolving upwards. You could resolve it downwards so that all of the points where you spawn particles, the water just splashes downwards. But I have a feeling that won't feel like it has the velocity that it needs to. So you could also just give the particles velocity, right? You can inherit velocity. Then the question becomes, and this is where it gets really tricky, a flame, right? You could take a piece of fire like this. In fact, this is better to be done in Sprite. If I draw a fire, right? And the fire looks like this. In fact, I don't even have to color it. If I draw fire as if it's just red, yeah? This is a piece of fire. And then I set the layer mode to addition. And then I make like another one, right? On top. What happens when I stack them is that they very comfortably like live in the same space as each other. Right? You could very easily just stack like a bunch of fire and it looks like more fire. Okay? And the behavior of it, it's like you expect, it's like what? It's like tongues of fire and it's cumulative, right? It's just, I've just got more of it the more I add. Water is different. Water is sticky. It integrates with itself. So like this thing here couldn't be made out of one, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 particles, because fundamentally there's like a head and a tail of it, right? There's like the start point and the end point. There's like a flow, there's like a direction. You can see this continuity of this blue coming all the way across. So it's like, it knows what velocity it's moving at across the whole curve. It knows when it's like integrated, right? Like the center is darker than the outside, very different from fire. Fire doesn't really, fire technically does care about that stuff, but stylized fire doesn't really. Like the flame here doesn't really get affected. It's not even layering. So if I was to do this, you just kind of like stack a bunch of fire particles and it just looks like fire. So the question today is, can we massage this? Can we like finesse it enough that actually looks good? I don't know if I could make this a particle system. I haven't tried in 2 years. This was August 2024 when I last tried this. I think I'm okay. I think I could do it. Maybe. I have a high confidence in myself these days. And my reference is going to be Demon Slayer. Because Demon Slayer has really good sword water. And I've done this before. I used this as a thumbnail, actually, once. Not to say that... Well, I might not even use them as a reference. In fact, actually, I have Ensign effects.leo. I think this is a better reference. I have my own references for this. Ensign effects.leo. I have done a lot of work already on this project, thinking about this phenomenon. So I've studied water enough to at least get it. I love this stuff, right? This is amazing. This is really good work. We need to be able to tell a life cycle to describe a life cycle of water in a particle, right? That's what it's like, a story that takes place many, many times in a small space. One sec, pals. So I think if I was to look at this, the story is foam in front. So the life cycle of this is like, it starts as foam and then it goes dark and then it goes lighter or medium and then it goes lighter. And as it's doing this, it's this with a lot of contrast, and the contrast kind of balances out. So you might have a little bit of this happening as we go, maybe a little bit of this in here. And as we get smaller, we break it up. If I create this as a particle, maybe this works. Maybe. I also learned something recently, which is this concept of, in the lightning stuff that I did not that long ago, that I was just showing you, not that. The particles are very big. So you're not trying to tell the story of one particle. You're trying to tell the story of a clump of particles. And like in this case, one of the things that the first time I tried this, I failed at spectacularly. And the second time I actually got right, which is, there's a story here about integration. Like how, if this is a particle and that's a particle and that's a particle, this moment where they become one kind of shape, one filled shape, in pixel art, very difficult to do that. In the engine, it's hard to do that, right? This part where like it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 clumps become like one clump or two clumps. That overlapping and sharing of the palette indices, right? There's like one palette index across all these particles. You can't do that in Unity, but you can do it here in Sprite. So you actually make the particle as big as you need to tell the story of one group of particles. And so if you quantize the particle system to be chunky, then you can tell 5 stories in the space, rather than trying to tell 100 stories in a way that they all sing together. Right? So this is great because pixel art is all about limited color, and particles are all about additive behavior. Additive behavior in a limited color palette is just something that's very hard to do. It's just difficult, particularly if there's like emergent behavior. In this case, the foam is emergent. It's like foam happens when there's a lot of chaos in a group of water. Right? Foam doesn't happen when you have one water droplet. Foam doesn't happen when you have a bucket that's full of water but stable. It happens when there's like friction among clusters. How do you communicate that in a particle system? You're going to calculate it. You're going to track the particles and how much it's too much. And I have done it before. Like I've done this as a shader before. So I actually have, I spent like a week and a half, right, trying to do this procedurally using a screen space shader. So, if I take this guy and give him the water ability, maybe just give him water step. So, right, I did this. Look at how like these blend. That's using this kind of like shader-based metaballs kind of thing, where what it's doing is like literally taking the contents of a buffer It's saying, okay, we've got a bunch of particles that look like this. In fact, softer than that. Each particle looks like airbrushed, right? It's got a bunch of particles that are doing this, and then taking a photo of the whole thing and then applying a shader to it to quantize the coloring. So it's saying, well, you know, there's probably this layer that looks like this. And then there's actually more brightness in the middle. So let's go up again. And there's another set that looks like this. And it's figuring out the steps based on the overlap. But this doesn't have the chaos. You can't tell where the foam should be, even using this system. And it's very computationally expensive to try to do a shader for water that's moving in a particle system. It's like you have the particle system and then you have a special camera buffer that's just looking at that and then shading that and then putting that on the screen on the next frame. And it's not very expressive either. This looks so much better than this to me. Because you never get the bits that you like. Now, I kind of had it right at one point. I don't know if I can find it again. It was like a long time ago. It's also very, you know, settings dependent, this kind of stuff. So I think at one point, gosh, do I still have it? Water effect, if I turn it on. You know, that kind of looks all right. Like that, like, oh, this, you know, there's something happening here that's kind of interesting, kind of cool, but it's a different kind of water, isn't it? It's sort of like a bit more like hot water. You know, it's like very globby. Like boiling water maybe could look like that. But as a story, it's hard to tell, right? So instead, we hand draw everything. Okay, so I'm going to try that today, because why not? 96 by 96. You sort of inspired me. I was going to work on this anyway, but since you came and asked the question, I'll promote it, since I'm working on water abilities. And I love animating anyway, so, you know, it's a win-win. Okay, so load palette. We have there's an Ensigns palette that I like to use for this. And that's going to be this set of colors. So maybe I'll start with... Oh, thanks. I'll start with the simplest thing, which is a line going across. And I haven't done this before, but I want to do it now. Where what I'll do is I'll draw something that's moving at a constant speed. And then I'll use that as like the emitter. So let's call this like that. And then maybe actually instead of going straight across, I might want to try it like going diagonally upwards. I just have a feeling. I suppose the question is, do we need it? Do we always? It can't have an X direction. It can't. It can't inherit the X direction in the particle system. It needs to be. Nah, it needs to be stable. I can't give it a direction. It has to be like water that is just falling, I suppose. Otherwise, I have to animate every direction. It's tough because if I was to draw like this, for example, you know, you can really motivate the smoke with this idea. And water is similar in that regard. I guess I just have to do something and then stack it and see how it goes. I'm just going to go for it. Okay. So let's pick our main character, bring him into the scene. I always do this thing where I go too small. So like this, for example, this was the particle that I really liked, and it's 32 by 32, just even in that space. So it's like, it needs to fill up like about that big for the large particle. So let's just create the water that we want. And I suppose if we do, if we do like, a little bit of motion, you know, just enough for the particles to it's so hard because if I'm drawing like water, for example, that's being splashed like in like from there to there, I would draw it like this, right? I would do this, 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 this. I would spray it out this way and have it be light here and like thicker here. And then I would have like these kind of like offshooty bits like that coming off that way. I would do something like that. And then I would probably do a bit of this and have it be maybe less integrated here, deeper at the front, at the top. So this is like a water, you know, magic spirit thing. And then I would have like the brighter bits up here. You know, I would think about it like that. And then I would separate the bits out here, so it was more like foamy or whatever. And then I'd have probably like actually a white kind of foam head at the top. Like that, right? I would do something in this sort of range. And the story here includes the directions. So it's like all of the directionality of it, all of the flow tells us, you know, where it started, where it's heading, all that stuff. And in this file, we aren't going to be able to do that. So how big is the story that we're telling at the smallest scale? I think it's probably this size, maybe that. It's probably not as big. It might have to be smaller. So maybe we can just try creating water that is just water. That's, I mean, it can't be stable but we can't say which direction it's moving in. This is where I was a while ago when I was doing the water back here. Is that I ended up in globes. I ended up doing circles because it's like, well, maybe spin is something that I can show if I can't show travel. Right? Like if spinning, then maybe that's better than anything else. But lots of little globes, that doesn't feel like water, right? So stable might be the best way to do it. So let's start with a little bit of nothing. And then quickly balloon into a lot more of something. And then maybe we want the volume to stick around for a while, so keep it. And then it sort of needs to, it's almost like water being generated for a little while and then released. So there's like this like head of the water that's kind of going to stay where it is and then going to get smaller. And then as we do that, the parts that used to make up the main body are going to sort of break away as like splashy bits. And they're going to fall away. So it gets sort of eaten up by its own, by the disintegration of its parts. And what's really important here is the long-term life cycle. Really being able to track something over like a full second or half second and watching it go, So, as a start, what do I think? It's definitely got sort of water aspects. The gravity could be a little stronger on those smaller particles. I also wonder if, do we want to is gravity the job of this particle, or is gravity something that happens in the system? We'll see. Maybe also there's just like a little bit too much straying. I feel like we move out a lot. So like this here, I might bring it in and then keep it together a little bit more. I also think it's too small, too fine grain. We'll keep it thicker. And in the past, I would have animated this with many layers, but I think doing it that way forces you into a mindset that's not really about telling the story, and it's more about managing little dots, and that's not our job here. We're storytellers, so maybe we go, instead of these 4 particles all sort of dropping at the same time, we sort of want more of them. Hello. Now, it gets a bit rainy at this point, so maybe what I'll do is increase the size of some of these particles, just make it like a bigger thing. And then when this starts breaking up, we don't want to go so small. So we keep the volume, like you were saying. Just because, you know, particles in pixel art, you sort of need the visual identity to stick. You need it to be recognizable, that the shapes are not just a bunch of squares. They need to be shapes. And we don't yet have what we want here. So what I might do is take the whole layer and start giving it a bit more of a velocity. And you can do that by literally dragging the whole thing down. Right now, I think it's still in like snow territory. And that might just be about viscosity. I'm not sure yet. You know, we could take this and sort of start flicking out. I think that makes it look a lot more like rushing water when you add those in. I'm just concerned about whether those should live here or not. And then I think the sub particles should be falling a lot faster. You know, maybe it's like into like literally like rain. And maybe have a bit more continuity to them. Like the really fast dropping might do a lot for us here. And then also making sure we're like sort of it's a shame those two became water droplets at the exact same time. Maybe I'll do this first, and then here, and then... There's also this thing where I think we need there to be a layer of... Right now they're coming apart too easily. Water increases in surface area, but decreases in density as it loosens up. So there's a couple of ways we can do this. It's not wrong because we need this to disappear, right? We need it to do that. But it can do it in ways that are a little different. So what we can do is treat this as like not the particle system's threshold of like minimum, but it's medium. So we can add a layer of like less integrated water underneath it and then take this all. So what I'll do is I'll take all of this and then I'll do this and use the shade brush. And as we do this, I'll take all of this and start making it deeper. And then I'll add outside water to it in the original color. And I'll see how that works. This is all of this is about me just figuring out a method, right? Of just getting what I'm asking for. Yeah. So what I just said, that's going to help with this moment. So this becomes more webby, right, and sticky, the outside bit. And that'll make it hopefully feel more like water. The challenge is that we can't really give it a direction other than falling down with gravity. We can't really say, oh, the water's rushing to the right or rushing to the left. So I can't put like streaks in it other than vertical streaks. But if I give it vertical streaks that are too strong, it's going to feel like it's moving up and down, even if it's visually not. It's also pixel art. So there's a few constraints here where we need it to be kind of blobby to some extent. Because we're kind of like in a chibi world here where the volumetrics of water behave differently. It's like Arrietty, if you've seen that movie. It's kind of in that world, as pixel art. So still feels like a cloud right now. But now I think we can do some of the viscosity on top. Some of the, what do you call it? Not viscosity, it's called caustics. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to do and then we'll do one more of the foam. I feel like a splash of water is more like a regular mushroom shape on top. But this is a particle system, right? So it can't just be a series of splashes. It's not going to work if it's just individual splashes being drawn in sequence. It has to be something that has like a body to it that you can then conceivably duplicate, stack, and make it feel like one large fluid system. I think it's getting a lot closer. I don't know what you guys think. Maybe the white's a little too much. From back here, that doesn't look like someone summoned a water particle thing. Hang on, let me do something here. I'm gonna take this all away. Flatten visible. Copy. Undo. Can I paste it all as one, please? Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna flatten visible. Copy all of this, file new, and then go and then paste. So now I have it as a flattened layer, and then I'm gonna undo it from here so it's nice and has its depth, and then I'm gonna bring back our outline, not our outline, our shadow layer, because I like that as a background. Link cells, lock it in, and then I'm gonna go here, and I'm going to just take this, and I'm going to go copy, paste, link cells, and I'm going to do this a couple times. So we have like one. I'm gonna go, let's do like an uppercut kind of thing. So like here, here, and here. Let's make the speed a lot faster. And then let's bring them closer together. So this should be more like every maybe 2 frames instead of every whatever, 3 or 4. And then I'm going to bring them closer together physically as well. So that's going to be like here, and this is going to be like here. So now the question is, could you conceivably see that as water? I think it looks more like water than anything we've done in the past in terms of it looks wet. It probably should have a stronger, the whitehead part of it could be stronger and more like intentional, like cartoony. Right now it's trying to simulate where the depth of the thing would be and where the caustics are, but I think it's more like the impression of caustics than simulating caustics is what we want. So right now it's like, it literally looks like, you know, jelly particles or whatever. It's unfortunate that, like, no matter what we do, we're probably going to be stuck in this world where, you know, if I wanted to draw the equivalent of this in my game, this moment where the smoke comes around and curls up, we won't be able to do that. Instead, you know, because I want to draw like a slash, right? Like this. The water is not going to, I mean, we can make it do sort of like a inherent velocity thing, but it's going to disintegrate when we do that. It's going to come apart. So we could look at some references of, like, I mean, even in these kinds of particle systems, it's like in these like effects, people don't draw it doing what it really does. You know, if you took a bucket of water and you splashed it at someone like this, it becomes this big unwieldy blob of like almost clear space. Whereas here, like, this slash is just a trail, right? It's not showing that here, the sword having swung this way, there would be a bunch of like this happening, right? And out this way. But it's not doing that because it's trying to be more stylized. Either way, we're kind of stuck in this situation where, I mean, like, as you can see here, I've already kind of got the idea. The drawing the trail is almost more important than simulating the particles. But for it, it's like we're choosing between, does it feel like water or does it look like it's like a proper trail? I think here we could go, if we supplement this with like some smaller versions, and we make them survive a little bit less, and we make them a little bit more stylized, I think we have something. I had like 4 or 5 different versions in the smoke version. So given that this needed 1, 2, 3, 4, I think I have to be what's the word? Prepared for that. So let's try, like, maybe in this same space, instead of this resolving to like 1, 2, like, you know, like 1, 2, hang on a second, where are we? Instead of resolving this to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blobs, let's try to make it like in the same amount of size, 3 blobs that are more, they have like a life cycle and a flow and an arc to them, like almost like fire, but feel like water in that they stick together and they splash and whatever. Let's try that. Okay. Same layer, different document. I don't know what to do. I don't love the water, like the rain coming off it. I think I know what I want. I might actually just draw it in here, just so I can sort of add to something that's already existing rather than start something from scratch. So I want like, How did you learn to program? You're really good at clean code composition. Oh, what makes you say that? How do you render that judgment? I don't really have people telling me if I'm good or a bad programmer most of the time. So it's it always feels, I never know like if I'm doing it right or whatever, you know? I know what works for me. That's really all. I think when you work in stuff like this, I think it'll be fine. Hey, Maddie Savage. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a very short story, and then I'm gonna go for a break, and I'm gonna come back and lock in. But I love this question because it's one of the most fundamental changes in my development, I guess, like experience. I went from the game being impossible to make because I couldn't be creative because of the tech debt and spaghetti, to 6 months later being able to quite confidently play with ideas, build out new scripts, and not be weighed down by the previous scripts. And it literally is just OOP, right? It's just, or even actually the best, it's composition. I mean, it's it. It's solid principles. Like all of that stuff comes from experience. And I didn't like read a book on solid principles. I like failed until I intuited the solid principles. So the first thing is like, I went from a big monolith script for my character that was like 2,500 lines. And one day I was like, I can't do this anymore. Even though I liked the idea of all the code being in one file, I forced myself to split it out into lots of different files, you know, lots of different classes that were defined by a single purpose, right? Like this is the ground behavior, and that's divided up into the running behavior, walking behavior, you know, idle behavior. And then this is the air behavior, and that's, you know, fall up, fall down, or whatever. This is combat. Combat is divided into attack, combo, attack 1, 2, 3, or forward attack, back attack. Also air combo, air 1, 2, 3. So like splitting it all up into like a tree of logic where each node is a class put me into a space where I was thinking about like, okay, this thing just does one job. And when I'm working on it, like today, this morning, in like 45 minutes, I made a new ability in the game. And it works. It's just like a whole new thing that didn't exist before, that has it doesn't weigh on anything else. Nothing is more complicated because of this thing existing. It just happens to exist, and it plugs in very easily into the existing character behavior. So this thing here is like a set of states. It actually is a tree, and it uses a lot of modules from other stuff. But that would take, you know, in a jam context, you might do something really quickly. But to have like 16 of these totally separate, you know, abilities that handle the controls differently, that give the player character different animations, that have their own life cycle, even handle, you know, turn off things like gravity, handle physics differently. That stuff is all from having set up over time a very well separated set of like a blackboard, right? These are the things that the character gives all of its states. Very clear definitions about like what a state's responsibility is, like what it can touch and what it can't touch. So like nothing controls input. Input is accessible to everything, but it's like read only. Stuff like that. Just knowing what a thing ought to be and what it ought not to be, and what kinds of scope you should allow it to have and what you shouldn't allow it to have. That's kind of like everything is that. All programming is that. It's just going, I want to add this thing, how do I do it in a way that doesn't screw up everything else? So like, even like this ledge grab, for a long time, the ledge grab was this like string of if statements. It's like, oh, if you're falling, but you're on a wall. So I have this like global wall ledge flag that everything's listening for, and da-da-da. That sucks, right? Better to be like, hey, I have this like wall class, wall control class. And if my character is in free fall, so like, oh, here's a thing, right? That big if statement chain of like what my character should, what conditions should be, what conditions should allow this state to take over. Those are owned by the state. So I have this thing called like should enter that I use a lot, where it's like, okay, here's this like tree of logic that determines like the kinds of things that need to be in place in order for me to be grabbing this ledge. There needs to be a wall right nearby. I need to be in the air state, all of this stuff. I give those things as references to the wall control state. And then I ask the wall control state, hey, if you think it's time to be wall control, you can have wall control. And when it says, yep, it's time, the whole state machine goes, okay, you're in control. You determine what happens next. And from then on, none of the other states are even, I mean, that's what a finite state machine is, but none of the other states are even, they're all silent. They're all turned off. They're not listening. And so from here, all I have to do is define the exit points. It's like I define the entry point, and now it's as if my character is just this thing that can be on the wall, and I can do things like jump away, and I can do things like drop, and I can do things like get up. And as long as I define those either as substates of the wall control state or as things that it has references to, yeah, you just go, okay, well, we're in the wall state. It knows how to be out of the wall state, so it'll let it figure it out. And it was just necessity that drove me there. I literally just didn't have an option. There was nothing else for me to... It was either learn how to do it that way or give up. Because the way I was doing it wasn't working. Like, if you know that you're in hell, heaven's really easy to identify. It's not hard to identify what heaven would look like if you're in hell. That's how it felt for me. It's like, I hate that I have to read all this code that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to figure out right now. I hate that I'm constantly having to balance the state. Like, there are all these things that could be relevant, but they shouldn't be relevant. So how do I get rid of those? You know? You kind of just like imagine a world where you weren't suffering, and that's the world that you have to work towards. A lot of it is just like introspection, I think. Like, being a good programmer, I think, is a lot about understanding like what it is, what it would look like to have the power to implement whatever you're trying to do, and what's stopping you from doing that. And then working out kind of like structures that I suppose allow you to not be weighed down. And in some ways, structures are, all definitions are about contrast. This thing can do this thing because it cannot do this thing. So the constraints that you create in the definitions oftentimes yes, they stop things from being complicated by like locking, like, yes, they let you do a thing, but by not letting you do something else, that's where the power comes from. So, you know, like data structures work that way. You know, an array is fast because it's not a linked list, but a linked list is fast when you need one. Or at least, like a hash set is fast because it's not an array. Stuff like that. So most of that has to do with understanding your needs. Being like aware of what you need something to do lets you know what it doesn't need to do, and that lets you define it. Yeah, I would agree. Like AI, what AI is good at is smelling what you are trying to do. It's really good at going, well, this sounds kind of like this other thing that you could be doing. Are you sure that you don't mean that you want to do that? Hey, Ningu, thanks so much for the sub. I use it a lot for that helping me validate my suspicions. Do you know what's crazy? Just adding this little thing makes the rest of it look better. Like it's not even that I didn't even change the strategy. I just did another thing. Okay. I think I'm just going to go for it. Yeah, the difference, the problem is with AI, it's never been about how useful it can be. The problem has always been if you don't already know what good looks like, AI might not be able to tell you how to move from where you are. Like, you might not learn anything. And there's such a fine line between... Sorry to go on about this. I promise I'll stop it after this little anecdote. My dad reminds me a lot of what it's like to use AI. As a kid, my dad was very enthusiastic about bringing me along to his work or being helpful to me. Like if I had a school project, if it involved building something, he wanted to be involved. But my dad is so he loves to be useful so much that he would end up doing the thing like for me sometimes. Like when I was really young, like 7 years old, it's like, Dad, I'm gonna build a model of this thing out of cardboard, whatever, and like he would build it. And it's like, great, Dad, that was really helpful, but I don't know how to build it now. I didn't learn anything. We got the result that we wanted this time, but I'm not any wiser for it. I can't explain what you did or the choices that you made. because you made it. I didn't make it. So, if it's just school, it's fine to, you get the grade or whatever, but school is there to prepare you for something further than that. And if you were like building a real house and you wanted to be able to like, what's the word? Maintain it, right? Like in code, it's your job to maintain the code, not just to produce it. So if you're responsible, like I couldn't be responsible for that model. If I needed to make it a working model or do something else with it or add to it, or I'm at a loss. I need my dad for that because he built it. So I think the problem there is that AI doesn't know how to, it's not interested in you maximizing your intelligence or skill set or competence. It's motivated by giving you what you're asking for. So it can be a really good teacher, but I think that AI is only going to serve a certain kind of learner, which is like an autodidact kind of learner, someone who asks a lot of questions. How does this work? Is this right? What, can you explain to me why I would do it this way? I was that kind of kid as a student. And it was annoying for my teachers, but it's great with AI. I ask AI questions all day. And I'm critical about the answers that it gives me because I'm curious. But AI, I think today is being marketed to incurious people. It's being marketed as a thing that you don't have to code because you have the AI. You don't have to learn how this works anymore because this thing's got it covered. I fear that. I think that's dangerous to people. To be encouraged to be incurious is scary. And that's not an indictment on what AI is. It's more just like curiosity is a commodity that is, I would say, like extremely valuable and is something that's not, if you want to create a culture of curiosity, you have to be disciplined in it. It doesn't just come on its own. You have to sort of build a world worth being curious about. Education has to be something that people are interested. It's not just interested in, but you have to sometimes teach people why they should be interested in learning. You have to pay teachers money. You have to give students care. You have to create an environment for them that they want to know more about. Because the world's fascinating. Mathematics is fascinating. Computer science, fascinating. English, history, all of it is fascinating. If you have buy-in, if the student understands all of the things they could be learning about. So there's a lot to talk about there. We could be talking about the trend towards computers as consumption devices instead of creation devices. We could talk about all sorts of things, but I don't want to talk about it today. Because I'll say that little bit, and that's all I need to say. Next stream, we can talk about it a little bit more or something. I don't know. Bedtime question from my son tonight was, why do humans primarily grow most of their hair on the top of their head? I was like, I don't know. That's great. I think it's great as a parent if you can present yourself as someone who is not, again, it's like, this is one of the reasons why science is something that there's so much misapprehension around what science's role is. Science is not, and scientists are not people who are smart. They're not people who have all the answers. They're people who like asking questions. That's what science is. It's not about, I'm smarter than you and I'm wearing a lab coat. It's, I like learning about the world and I'm going to sit down and figure out how it works. So like I would, as a parent, being a good parent is, I think, way more about being a good scientist than being an encyclopedia. You know, if you don't know something, it's great if you tell your kid you don't know, because that's the natural state of humans, is not to know stuff. And you never stop learning. You know, you don't go through high school, come out of high school and you know all the stuff. Also, I think humans evolved to have hair on their head. They had hair everywhere, but they have hair on their head still because hair provides warmth, and but sweat glands provide cooling. And sweat glands and hair is kind of hard to do right. So we opted for sweat glands, and then the only places that really needed to stay warm were the top of the head. And then anywhere that we want to divert sweat, we still have hair. So like eyebrows, pubic area, it's like, it's not good for sweat to get to, it like chafes, right? So if you have a bit of hair there, it kind of like sorts itself out. You don't want hair in your eyes, so you have eyebrows to help divert the sweat to the side. Probably sun protection as well. Yeah, I would see that. I could see that. I have this idea that I can increase the volume of this particle system. I don't know if this is real, but if I take this and paste it there and then delete this, no, not delete it, just keep it there. Will I get more? I guess it survives longer, so I do get more. That's kind of what I was hoping for. What happens if I do it a third time? Take all of this and paste it there. Yeah, I think I'm learning something about water. Water occupies the space a lot longer than fire does. So then if I wanted this to have this kind of like foamy, causticy thing, let's see what I can get up to here. I really want this to look stylized. So always some at the head, and I think I'll just keep that going all the way until it starts descending. I'm going to keep it going. And I want to do like a path of this. I really think there's something important in this like kind of like zigzaggy thing of and I guess what's really cool about this is that it's like almost like reflection, so it should almost stay exactly where it is in space, shouldn't it? There's something there that's important. Oh, dude, that's so interesting. Like running water over a stream, it's always reflecting. It's not the water that's becoming white. It's the point where the light is catching the water, which is always in the same spot in the riverbed. So we could take this now and then start thinking about the lighter tones, which are all going to be around the outside. And so again, this is like, I'm able to tell this story because this one particle has enough droplets that I'm talking about the volume of the water rather than the one particle. You can't tell this story with one particle. You have to tell it with like at least 3 or 4 together. You know. I'm fascinated by pixel art particle systems now. This has become, I went from being really stressed out by this a couple of years ago to now actually fascinated by it. And it took me like, I want to say like 2 months more. I've been learning about particle systems genuinely on and off for like 3 or 4 years now. I was terrified of them when I started working on the game, and I just didn't understand like what was relevant, which tools were like worth it. Like, do you use a shader for this? Is it a particle system? Do you hand draw the particles? All of that stuff was like, who knows? And then I kind of got to a point, I want to say in like 2023, where I started being able to execute the vision a little bit. And then in 2024, and 2025, I started to be able to know what worked and what didn't. I had enough experience to be able to lean on that. And now I feel like I just know what I'm doing for the most part. So this, I think if we have like a ton of these all stacked, I think it's going to look really good. And they can all be in different directions, like a little bit vertical, a little bit horizontal. Give it all a little bit of motivation, always up and then down, but sometimes a little bit to the left, sometimes a little bit to the right. I think your brain will you'll just see it as what you want it to be. Is enough like chaos to have plausible deniability. try one more thing. And you have to be so careful not to model this too carefully, because if you curate it, it becomes dishonest. Like, I have to be okay with this particle system just being like here. And just whatever that does is what you get. So, okay, this has no direction to it. This has a very clear direction to it, an arc.
It has been far too long.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I want to do. And the really important thing here is if the white is motivated at the start of a particle, then as the particles spawn, the white will travel. That's the other thing. So like this white head, okay, it's gone here, but now it's up here. So it looks like the white is following the contour of what we're creating, because the earlier particles, the younger particles are in the front and they have white on them. If I take this away, I think we have something, pals. I think we're close. I think if I do one more pass at the big one and make it a little bit more directional, a little bit more flourishy, rather than more like bubbly and boily, I think we might have the winning strategy. Now remember, survival, there needs to be actually quite a lot of the water is going to stay where it is. Just going to lay down the majority of it so I don't get too confused. Already starting to fall a bit more, way more, lots. That's right. Or close enough at least. Okay. And then I actually want a little bit of overspray. I guess that's the other thing is that, that's what it is. You know, where fire and smoke, they dissipate in the air, right? Like they're so intangible that like the atmosphere consumes them as they become less dense. Whereas water is much more, it needs to preserve its mass a lot more because it's like, it's not disappearing, you know, unless it's like spray. It's like, if it's a big droplet, like it's still there. Hey, Krasna. When you say the original sword animation, which one are you thinking about? Well, I don't know where the ground is, Akame. That's the problem. The original sword animation I did in Flash in 2014. I think this probably should go. It's too much. And then maybe like here, we're sort of spreading out too much. Swoopy one that came, I think, when the brown creatures... I don't know what that's... I don't know what you're saying. What, is that a complete sentence? What you say? That's all right. We all get a bit tired. Well, I think it's definitely feeling like water now, for sure. It's maybe feeling too much like water. It's so, like, realistic. I'm like constantly trying to steer my brain into making the particles bigger, and I keep struggling with it. It's like every time I'm animating at the exact same scale, and I'm trying so hard to like, it's like, no. That's looking so swish. But also, I want to try that technique one more time just to force the physical preservation of it even more. Maybe not by like here and get rid of it there, but just that beginning section. Or actually, a better way I could approach this is to think about it like this. Morning. Nice. I'm glad you got some certainty out of it. Thanks.
So here's the test. Can I make this work? I really want to see this thing, this like webbing that water in an ocean does. What about now, chat? Does it look like water now? Are we water now? I'm trying so hard. Okay. And then we bring it back into this world. Paste. And then undo this so that we still have all our parts. And then we see how this fits in with the rest of it. Pretty cool. This is for Insignia, yeah. So cool. I actually think we could probably remove this one altogether. And then take this. I don't know how that goes from there to there. I don't know what that is. But let's just take it and bring it back down to here. So we go take this and shift it like, I don't know, there. Who do you belong to? This? Oh, I got something wrong here. Maybe I left him out. Like that to me is amazing. Those two, they work together very well. I just believe that. Sweet. So then if I take this guy, push him forward a couple frames, 1, 2, take this guy, move him back a frame, and also over here, then I can get this into that, into that, into that. And then I can take everything. Wait, I didn't want this one, right? You can die. And then that, I probably don't want that one either. This one can go over here. And then we can take the whole system and shift it over here. Okay, this guy I want up here and like 2 frames later. Okay, chat, what do you reckon? Pretty good. I think if you swing a sword and that comes out, I think you'd be very happy. I might reduce some of the spray. I think there's probably too much stuff like this. There should just be less of it. Also, like, I don't even know what this is trying to be. What is that? Get out of here. There you go. Wow, chat. We did that. You can use the caps. You can say very nice in caps. I like it. I think it's great. Wow. I could just watch that all day. Yeah, the colors are great too. Joe's stuff, that's high praise. That's the real stuff. You really know how to make a man blush. Yeah, I've always thought of myself as walking in Joe's footsteps. You know? I just think he's amazing, and anything that I can do, every time I improve, I feel like I'm doing what Joe is doing. You know what I mean? It's like, Joe, what would Joe do? You know? If Joe would do it, it's probably in the right direction. All right, sweet. Yeah, Joe Creates Williamson is he's an excellent pixel artist. He's like a couple years older than me and a couple years better than me. As an artist, as a designer, as a game developer, he's just like he knows his shit. So it's like, who is my like game pixel artist Mount Rushmore? It's like Joachim Sandberg, who made Iconoclasts, Simon Anderson, who did Owlboy, Joe Williamson, who worked on I just had the name of the game he was working on. Crash Move, Jack Move, Iconoclasts, Owlboy.
Is there a third, fourth person? Oh, I mean like Phil Fish, right? Fez. There's also, I mean, like Thomas Feichtmeyer is obviously incredible and probably the best background artist in the game, but also an incredible character artist. Pedro is great too. Yeah, Pedro really rocks the 8-bit style. Oh, Nick Wozniak as well. Do I have a water tutorial? You just watched it. No, I don't know how to do this before right now, so I don't have a water tutorial. Okay, so okay. Yeah, I guess you have to split up 16-bit and 8-bit into separate Mount Rushmores. Okay. So, now we have to make this happen in the game. If I wanted to be really responsible here, I would do this. I would do 4 more of these and use the last 3 instead of what I have right now, because I think it's only going to get better. This one here is so good. It's got every piece of thing that I needed in it. The only other question I had was, can I like, I want to know if I could take this. Like literally all of it. Copy, paste, make this a tag. And then make this a tag. And then not have it be vertical, instead have it be horizontal. Like, can I take all the pieces and make them do something that feels as good as this, but is not moving up, instead is moving across? If that works, we win. What happened then? Yeah, harder to do. My other project, still working on it. Yeah, this to me shows that I have to be more, there has to be less verticality and a bit more width. Unfortunately, it's going to be really tough. Hola, Gigabit. It's going to be so tough because that looks amazing, but it's because they're all moving in the same direction. But if these are the particles, now the particles are different. It still has the right kind of idea. It just doesn't look like it's flowing left to right. It looks like it's flowing up, 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 up. So we need to do a little bit less. Also think like if we can take this and do this with it. All right. Okay, so great. Some of the best water I've ever, literally the best water I've ever animated, but also now needs to be done again.
It's not hard once you've done it a few times. Particles, all design is about zeroing in on something from abstract to specific. And if you understand the broad process of how to take it there, the rest of it's just polish. So like understanding that, okay, I have this mass that needs to move from A to B. How does water physically work? All particle systems are like the same thing happening at different scales. So, you know, once you have like a brief and you understand the general behavior, you can sort of insert yourself at any point here and go, okay, what's next after this frame? If that was the previous and that's where I am now, that's what comes next. But you have to have, like, for me, I did a lot of study in like 2023 on what I wanted the water in the game to look like. So I had a strong idea first, and I'm now evolving the look to match that. The thing about Insignia and game dev for this kind of work in general is that you actually do need to do all this. This is all necessary work. The problem is that, for me at least, trying to do it solo is the stupid thing. Doing it is great. Doing it solo hurts. If I was just the artist on this game, I could have done all of the art-related work in like 2 or 3 years and be exactly where I am now, assuming that we also had everybody else, you know? But because I'm the artist and the programmer and the designer and the everything else, it's like, well, yeah, it's just going to take, you just have to do all of that in serial. Like, of course you should do research, and of course you should brief yourself, you know, looking at other games and come up with concepts and like, yeah, of course you should. Do iterations, try things out. It's just, the only reason it looks bad on me is because it took me so many years to do it. But not because it took me so many years to start. It's just like it's just happening in slow motion. You're watching me inhabit 6 different roles, one role at a time on the same project. Like, I'm trying to be Maddie Thorson, and I'm trying to be Pedro, and I'm trying to be, I forget her name, the other one who works on it with them. I'm trying to be all those people. What's her name? It's not like, it's a color, I think. It's not like violet. It's, anyway, you know. Oh no, Amora. Yeah, I'm trying to be Amora. I'm not all those people. But I'm interested in all the same things that they individually do on the project. Man, I have such a desire to make this swirl. I want it to swirl so goddamn bad. But I feel like every time I do that, there's something about it that creates a responsibility that I can't maintain in the particle system, because the swirling does something. It should be falling and maybe folding on itself, but swirling is just like, it's too specific of a behavior. to be able to just rest on it like that. Maybe also it's like a yes and sort of thing. Maybe it's like just do this and do like, this. Make it spray in like both directions. It's just sort of like a it's just like it's water, not like water or like water. It's like water. Okay. No one's pushing this kind of quality. I was thinking about the timeline quite a bit since the raid yesterday. It's pretty interesting. Saying no one is pushing this quality. I mean, it takes most of us 2 years of solo dev on an average. Seems like, yeah. I think, look, there's like, oh man. To me, it's like, I'm dumb because I do this thing where I think just because I can imagine something that's better than the last game that I played, that I can make something better than the last game that I played. And you know what? To some extent, it is true. If you can understand, if you have good critical thinking skills, and you can say, well, I didn't like this for this reason, then you are on the first step to surpassing the thing, because you can at least observe something about it. But you are not on the path to having replaced it yet, because you also now have to walk the exact same steps that person made to make the thing in the first place. You don't just have to like fix the problems, you have to, or like advance beyond the parts that you didn't like. You also have to nail the same things that they did that you do like, which requires so much learning. And you also have to have the same or at least equivalent levels of opportunity as they do. Like, maybe they didn't get a chance to do the thing the way that you're doing it, or to do it for as long, or it's not a question of like who's better or who's worse, but even just like a question of like, for me, I have this like blind faith that like, well, like what's the next game? I've played Iconoclast, I've played Owlboy. What's the next thing like this that should exist? That does these things that I would have wanted to see. And I just assumed that I could make that, and then just have committed to it for 10 years almost. And I think that if you're just taking this, I've had a lot of conversations with developers recently. I was at a trade show and we were talking about like making a business as a game developer. And one of the things that came up a lot was like, what should you do? Like, how should you approach it? And the advice that gets given to me a lot, I mean, it got given to me 2 days ago, was like, start small. And I give this advice to you guys. It's like, start small and just, like learn as you go, and you figure it out slowly, make a small game and then eventually work up to the big game. There's a sense that I have that if you do that, if you just make a small game, you might get caught in this little rift where
all you make is small games, not because you don't want to make a big game, but that you don't have the risk. There's no reason to take on the risk making a game that's bigger than you've been making. If you succeed making a small game, why would you make a big game? Even if you were on your way to making a big game, why would you? Like, what's the reason to make something that's hard to make? You kind of just have to do it for the love of it. You kind of just have to want the next game, the big game, to exist so badly that you can't resist taking the risk on it, which is kind of like where I started, right? And maybe I wasn't experienced enough to start there. Maybe I made a mistake in some fashion because it was inefficient. But I see a lot of studios that, you know, it's like they won't make the next game. They just won't do it. Even if they like technically could, they're not going to set up their team in a way that lets them get there. So you can't expect it to come from them, because that's just not how, it's never like a business safe decision to invest a lot of energy into a project like that. So if you start with, I want to make a viable business, what's the way to do that? Who says you're going to end up at the next Hollow Knight or the next whatever? So I think to some extent, I don't really think that anyone should follow me in this, but like to some extent, I do think that you only get certain kinds of games if there are people who are just desperate to make them, regardless of how stupid it is to make them. And that doesn't mean those will be good. Like you still have to get really lucky and make good decisions and all the rest of it. But if you don't start, you won't end up there either. Yeah, I mean, like, I know teams who work, like, maybe I'm speaking on behalf of like the industry, but I should really just be speaking on behalf of like Sydney, where I'm from. In Sydney, there are literally no companies that I know of that were like, well, we first made our small game and then we made our slightly bigger game, and now we're making the game that we loved as kids that we wanted to make on the Super Nintendo or whatever, that we wanted to play on the Super Nintendo. Like, no one's doing that. And there are a couple of people who kind of were doing that for a little bit, but I don't know where they are today. I don't know, like there's a guy, Andrew Chia, who is making card games on mobile, which is a really good place to start, right? Like, or at least when he was doing it, it was a good place to start. Not just mobile, but also like Steam. He was making like roguelike deck builders. This is like 4 or 5 years ago. So it was when it was appropriate to be exploring in that genre. And like these days it's harder, but back then it was early. I don't even know if Inscription had come out yet. So he made a few of those, and he had this strategy of like, I will make essentially the same game. Every 6 months, I'll make a new card-based roguelike deck builder. I'll reuse assets, I'll reuse systems, but I'll change something fundamental about the game, and I'll give it a different name, and I'll maybe hire a different artist and make different, some assets or whatever. And he would just iteratively, very iteratively, build out capability to make a game that was slightly bigger and slightly better than the last one. When he
made the shift to making like a top-down, third-person character action game, I don't know how that went for him, because that's a whole different kind of project. And there are things that you just don't learn about making character action games or action adventure. You don't learn those things by making card games. You learn some things, right, about project management and scope and understanding, you know, where to find, how to find the fun, gray boxing, prototyping, all that stuff. Yes, 100%. But there might be some things that you just won't have encountered, like the importance of camera, how much energy you should put into your camera system. And design as search in game development is all about understanding and building an intuition for the terrain of game development. That terrain is very, it varies in each genre so drastically, of like what is important in this genre. What are the conventions? What are the things that matter? What are the things that don't matter? They're like different biomes, you know, in the design space. So if you're like, I had never made a tower defense game before. When I worked on the Mordoria project with Prime and TJ, with the Terminal guys, I had never made a tower defense before. And there were aspects of the design that I just didn't get how to solve certain problems, or even to identify certain problems, until I played like Balatro. Not just as a tower defense, but as like they were making a game that was like Balatro with tower defense aspects. So like, even before that, like I hadn't played Bloons TD, but like they were very, they had played it. So it's like, okay, I need to play a roguelike, a deck builder. I need to play like Balatro and Slay the Spire, and then I'll understand what it is about this genre that even has like, where is the value in this? You know, what does gold look like, so that I even know what I'm looking for as a designer. And that's even before you have the technical shortcuts, right? The tricks, like what I'm doing today, the particle system stuff with pixel art. It's like there are so many little tiny industry tricks that I know because I spent those 4 months just figuring out particle systems that I wouldn't know if I didn't spend that time. I just wouldn't know those tricks. Until I did it. I do think that like better designers get there faster, and that you can be a better designer making any game. I think that's true, because there are universal things about game dev where it's like, yeah, like I said, prototyping is super important. Anyone can learn the value of that. And there are, I guess, aspects of like working on Insignia where it wasn't until even recently I didn't have a very prototype conducive workflow. So until I had one, it wasn't even clear like when I was being slow and when I was being fast. Like, am I doing this efficiently? Where someone who is a little bit more dispassionate about the story of the game or whatever, and we're just trying to make something that was fun, they might have gotten, you know, to that, oh, the camera is really important. They might have gotten there a lot sooner than me. But there's also something there where I think there is another layer of this, which is like when you are emotionally invested in something and you fail, you don't suffer. The failures don't feel as bad because you're genuinely interested. What face on 23? Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's so funny. Paradolia. There we go, just for you. That's so funny. Sorry. I have to get rid of it. I can't keep it there. So what I was saying was like, sometimes I think like there are things that I've worked out for Insignia that I've never seen another game do before with camera, like ever. I don't know that any other developer does what I'm doing. And I've shown little bits and pieces to like different devs, and they've gone, "Oh wow, that's really cool. Does that work?" And I've gone, yeah, that's how I do it. And I only feel like I learned some of those things because I was like so insistent on solving this problem. It's like, I want to make this work. And I'll give you the perfect example. Oh, we're really chatting today, pals. I'm not in focus mode, but it doesn't matter. So a lot of games do this thing. In fact, I was watching, oh gosh, you guys are getting such a masterclass today. This is such a good educational thing. If you like Metroidvania games, not that I'm teaching you anything because I'm good at it, but because I just passively study this stuff because that's all I do all day. Okay, Blood and Mead is a game being made by John Steiskal here in Sydney, and I watched a video that he put out because of the thumbnail got me. He got me. He was reviewing this Metroidvania that someone made, and because I'm obsessive, I can't help but look at other Metroidvanias and think, what are they doing that I'm not doing? What's different? And how does that contribute to the feel of the game? Is this going to play or what? Hello?
Can't cancel it with an attack
Is
or
it
a
a
jump. So if you're trying to backstab
Why
an
are you
enemy
so
and
bad?
you want to roll through and quickly backstab them, you can't. You have to
1080p.
wait for that
Doesn't look like
whole
1080p to me.
roll sequence to finish. Or letting the
Can we go back here? Can we see some actual...
cancel. And it's
Okay. In this
animation
level,
at the end.
okay. To me, No, I think he will release. I think John will release. I've met John IRL. I think he's almost done. Anyway, let's move on. Because I'm one of them dev YouTubers too. Let's be real. So a lot of people think I won't release. Okay. This, to me, feels very authentically Metroidvania. There's something about the darkness in the empty space, the way the tiles are set out. There's something about it that feels more authentically Metroidvania than Insignia was at any point. Like, Insignia has never felt like a proper, like, the other one is, to me, like, Momodora 3 is like so something about, or like Reverie. That game, to me, when I look at it,
It's like, oh, that's such a, it's like it descends from Cave Story. It's like Cave Story, Momodora, and then this thing all share this thing. Even like Time Spinner that I've never had for Insignia. And I think it's to do with the camera. Because the camera in this game is very static.
See how far I'm rolling? So let me read.
The camera moves on one axis.
Stamina.
It moves on the y-axis in this
So
scene.
look how far the roll goes.
Okay, shush, John. Look at like these scenes. The camera is moving on one axis, horizontal, right? This whole level, it moves on one axis. It only moves up or only moves across because the games are built that way. They're on a grid. Like the levels, if you look at the map, is he going to open it for a second? He just had it. Yeah, I mean like one axis per level. Like this level is horizontal. That level is vertical because they're rooms and the rooms are made of grid pieces. Animal Well is another one where every level is literally doesn't move. Insignia has never been built this way. It doesn't play this way. It doesn't feel this way because Insignia just has a free camera and its levels, probably to its detriment. No joke, I think I need to solve this in a way that's like regressive. I need to go back to a simpler game format sometimes because a lot of the level environments, like I look at this background and I think, oh yeah, I'll remember this. If I come back to this level, I'll remember it because the composition is so strong, right? Like the shape of this level to me and the stairs and the trees, the way they're laid out, I'll probably remember it if I come back here because I'm always approaching it the same way. Insignia doesn't have that as much. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I'm the developer of Insignia, but when I look at this level in Insignia, there's so much play space in such a small amount of space that it's not a chunk like this or a chunk like this. It's just like a big rectangle. And so when you're running around in it, it's not, none of these beats are framed. None of the, like that, this is not an arena where I fought that enemy. It's just some space where the enemy was. And I try to do something with these columns here and whatever, but it doesn't have that same, like this kind of is, right? Once the camera moves over here, this is memorable because it's like, oh, there's like a thing opens up. There's some background elements. You can see like a composition. And for a game that in a classic Metroidvania where you're not doing the stuff that Insignia is doing with all the movement abilities, like this has a Dark Souls-ness to it that I think the aesthetic is really nice. I really, really like the way that the character size and movement and on-screen options. Like, if there was going to be an enemy in this level, like, oh, this moment here, right? This feels so Dark Souls. This idea of like, I'm just going to climb up this ladder for like 10 seconds is so Dark Souls because it forces you to just do it slowly. And there's no one here. There's no enemy here. That loneliness is like, and like just trying to create a sense of space. I think that is very valuable in a game. But there's this distinction between play experiences that I think are a struggle in games like this, where some players want, and someone said it in the comments here, some players will want there to be what you call popcorn enemies in this level. It's like, let me hit something. Where are the boxes that I can attack? Where's the game, right? I'm just walking around. It's boring. It's so hard to balance that stuff. Not just like the camera and the way that the camera moves completely completely informs the kinds of things that you put in your level, because the camera and the way that the levels are structured is the canvas in which you put things. And so to make a game feel more moody or feel slower or feel more active or faster, sometimes your camera makes you design that way. With Insignia, I did this crazy thing that I just sort of, I don't know, I just wanted to solve this damn problem. So I did this thing where I put this like, I did this crazy spider raycast thing where I'm like, I want the camera to always be looking at the nearest ground in the direction that you're facing. So if you are up here, I want the action to be framed well. I want to look where I'm headed. So if I'm, let me just get rid of this guy, hang on. Hang on, you two, hang on. Okay, if I'm here, watch the camera. As I turn left, the camera looks down at the ground because I'm developing the camera with the concept that, oh, I don't know where you're going to need to look. I don't know, the level could be any shape. So I need the camera to be smart enough to look where you're probably going and show you the ground so that you never have any blind jumps. Originally in Insignia, there were a lot of moments where like you just had to jump and guess that there was going to be something beneath you. And sometimes there'd be like an enemy that you have to attack in midair in a blind jump. And that sucks. It doesn't feel fair because you have to jump and then see the enemy and then run back up and jump again and try to hit it the second time. And I was stuck like that because my character was stuck in the middle of the screen. I didn't have a smart camera. But here's the thing. As a developer, you don't know that your game is going to feel more like an action game or more like a Metroidvania, slower, moody art piecey game until you do both. You have to make the camera that works this way and the camera that works that way to know that they do that and then to pick one. Because otherwise, you end up just you just like copy someone else's game decision. You just go, well, in Castlevania Symphony of the Night, the camera works this way and I want it to feel like that, so I'll just do that. That's a good way to make a game, but it's not the best way to find out what works in the design space. And there will be decisions that you make that will force you to innovate, that you won't learn those things unless you're sitting there churning away at a genre for ages. I lean into some of the things that Insignia is today. Like some of these decisions, I like them. And I think that there are ways that the game feels that it couldn't feel if it was a different genre. Like that camera zoom out just then, right? This is not a pixel perfect, pixel grid locked game. And because it's not that kind of game, I can do this and show you this vista. If that's important to me, there's no other way I can achieve that. I can't do a zoom out if the game is stuck at 640 by 360. You know? So being able to change the camera zoom as I'm moving through the level, look, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3. That none of those other games do that because they're not set up to do that. And it's not a good or a bad thing. It's just a thing that, at least it's a point of difference. It's something that I have that's unique. Do you have any experience with the new UI toolkit? No, I don't use it. Hey, only a developer. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Now, like I said, I love what this game is doing. It will struggle with other challenges, like how do you make the experience feel, tight? How do you design enemies to be formidable and interesting? And how do you design spaces around enemies? there's this thing I think so often about Chasm. You guys play Chasm? Chasm's like one of the most gorgeous pixel art games. Since 2015, I've been musing over Chasm. I haven't played it yet, but I look at it and I go, this looks like the game that I want to play. Just from the sheer, like, you know, just looking at it, it's like, this is it. And then all the reviews are like super mediocre. And it's like, why is that? Why do people not like Chasm? My sense, I don't know if this is true, but my sense is that it's something to do with the gameplay being too small. And by small, I mean it's too modular, it's too piecemeal, it doesn't really have depth. It doesn't use the Z-axis enough. It's like lots of, individual enemies placed in procedural levels. That is something that is a game feel thing, but that's downstream from like 100 game design decisions. That includes camera, it includes look ahead and how the camera moves, but it also includes character size on screen, enemy depth, how many animations does an enemy have, enemy size, how big is an enemy, whether or not enemies are informed by the level design or not. Like, do you design a level thinking about this enemy that's going to be in it, even level chunks, or do you just put enemies in the level as assets? It's the workflows. It's, do you design your levels and enemies in one file, or did you design your enemy in a canvas and then just plonk them in? Does the enemy have assets that go with them? Like if it's a troll, is there like troll related stuff around near where the troll spawns? It's things like, does your game have a linear story? It's so many layers of decision making that, okay, when you play the game, you go, it feels a bit dull, but it's like, why does it feel dull? Why? Even things like, well, at the most core, the biggest thing is like the depth of gameplay mechanics and where that depth lives. Is the depth in the procedural level generation? Is the depth in the character and the moves that they can do? Is the depth in the gear that you get? Is the depth in the enemies and how they interact with you? That depth in a pixel art game, for the game to be marketable, kind of has to live at the screenshot level. If you can't see for a game like this in 2026, if you pause this right now, what's happening? What's cool? It's beautiful, but I don't know how it feels to play this game. Whereas maybe like a game like, do you know what a good one is? Moon. Is it, what the hell is this game called? Not Moonlit Regalia. That's such a made up name. Pseudo Regalia? Is that what I'm thinking of? No, not Pseudo Regalia. I'm thinking of a game where it's this 2D side-scrolling Metroidvania, lots of visual effects. I think it was published by Steam. Metroidvania. Pixel art. You play as a girl. Very anime. No. I think it was published by NeoWiz, if that's a thing. I'll click Metroidvania. It's not a huge game. Ender Magnolia, maybe. Or maybe not. Not Tevi. But let's use Tevi as an example. Let's use no, it's not Ender Lilies. It's okay. At the very least, a screenshot of this game does something where you can take a screenshot from any point in this trailer. I'm not saying this is a good game, but the screenshot tells you something that's not Rusted Moss. No. Toho. I think, is it Toho? Lunar Nights? I think it might be Lunar Nights. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Players... Dude, what the hell is with my internet today? Notice, like, how much there is happening on screen right now. Like, all the particles and all of the... There's something where, like, even that last little beat there, where, like, you're seeing, like, oh, like, this character has, like, a mirror shield barrier skill, and they're blocking my projectiles. Like, that moment communicates to you so much about what kind of game this is. Just that moment of, like, I could take this screenshot and you get a sense of, like, the mechanical depth of the game. It's like, this is fighting game level action. I've got HP, I got MP, I'm throwing projectiles. They're guarding the projectiles. It's like, there's hitboxes, there's all of this, like, yeah, bullet hell Metroidvania. You kind of, like, know what it is instantly. And then your brain goes, what does the 6 represent? What is this? Auto aim cost 30? What? Oh, wow. There's like an economy thing happening here. What's this time thing? There's like, the game is kind of like wearing its mechanics on its sleeves. If you look at Chasm, I don't know if you can do that. And it's not to say that, like, it needs to do that. It's just that if it doesn't do that, it's like, it's harder. I think about Insignia struggling with this problem all the time. All the time. Like, how far do I go to make the game advertise itself with every screenshot? Some of it is about, like, a question of, like, value density. You know, like, there's nothing really wasted in some of those other games. Does Insignia waste terrain? We talked about it at the end of last chapter. How do you solve this problem as a pixel art project with limited visual effects? So I want to be clear, like, not every game is the same genre. Not every game has to solve the same problems. For me, I'll show you this thing. We did this thing yesterday. We did this, like, a couple of days ago, this stream audit. And it's an AI thing that just read through my Steam page and gave me a bunch of scores. Somebody was asking for their game to be reviewed. And I thought this was actually really insightful. I want to break down some of the things that I pulled out that were really interesting. So this was really interesting. Rewrite short description to lead with gameplay instead of story. Hey, players are on Steam to play games. My game might have an amazing story, But if the game doesn't lead with what makes it mechanically interesting or different, they can already see the screenshots. So does pixel art Metroidvania say enough? But here, the capture enemy powers, it elevated the thing that makes my game different and put it in front. Capture enemy powers is something that I have been over time pushing more and more into the front of the game's marketing. And you know what? It's so smart because it called that out in the capsule art. In the uniqueness and memorability aspect, it says generic adventure protagonist pose, landscape beautiful, but doesn't differentiate from similar titles. I should probably have something about the mechanics of the game in the capsule art. Even my current poster has like an elemental aspect to it because there's flames around the sword and stuff like that. Things like that where it's like you need to be able to communicate what makes your game special with a GIF. And that doesn't mean that your game has to be fast or be busy. But being visually communicative about your game is the easiest way to communicate value. It's the easiest way to express value. So, I mean, maybe there's something to be said for how much empty space there is in Chasm. You know, maybe like it's not interesting to just do a platforming section in the middle of a area like this. Like, is it worth dedicating an entire screen's worth of gameplay to do 2 jumps? You know, in Celeste, these 2 jumps would be a quarter of the screen. Like, it's the same platforming exercise. It's just like it just takes up less of the screen. There's this thing in game design for 2D games that I'm like fully I'm kind of obsessed with this thing. Where the player at all times is subject to object permanence. Object permanence in a 2D game is one of the most incredibly valuable things. It's actually 2 sides of one coin, actually. It's object permanence, but also foresight. We've talked about it on stream a million times, but because we're on it, I like to just talk about it. In the game journey, you start the game and you're looking at where you need to go. 4 hours of gameplay away, that's it. It's on screen. You can't do that in a 2D game because you're moving this way. So if I want you to feel excited about something that's happening here and you can't see it until you get to it, you are in constant suspense from here until you get to here. You don't know what's coming. You can't get excited for it. You can't plan around it. You're just waiting for something to happen. A Metroidvania typically gets around this with a map, right? You see the room that I'm in now, you see the empty door here, you see your little character there. So you go, oh, there's this much of the level left, and then there's going to be another room after that. You can start to plan a little bit more. But in a game like Chasm, I mean, the rate at which the game unfolds itself to you is so critical because the game experience is, for an adventure game, the pacing is determined by your exploration through the space. So if you can't manage that exploration, if you can't anticipate, avoid, prioritize, track through, if you can't do that, you're not adventuring. You're just waiting for something new to happen as you go room to room. So maybe there's something here of like being drip fed is not enough. Like the rewards aren't good enough. The enemies aren't hard enough, or the spaces aren't clear enough. There's something about your internal modeling of the space and whether it's worth going through it. Some of that's player speed, some of it's camera size, some of it's biome diversity, enemy diversity, gear. It's all of it. You know, and this, you can look at this game and you can immediately compare it to Rogue Legacy. Same thing, completely different game feel. Right? It's faster, it's more active, still procedural, still roguelike, Metroidvania aspects, but still a roguelike. And it's not, I mean, like, it's not a more beautiful game, but it kind of is, I mean, from memory, I played it a long time ago, it keeps you engaged. It keeps you engaged more clearly. Is this in like slow motion? You know, there's just like more enemies on screen at once, like the camera's further out, the platforming's got more, I want to say like, there's just more of it, right? There's just like, it's more action dense moment to moment. And it's not, because it doesn't have a story, it can be more action dense. It's not trying to be deep. It's just like, here's gameplay. You know, it's the Elden Ring Night Rain to Symphony of the Night. It's like, here's a room, here's a bunch of enemies. I mean, even Symphony of the Night's like that, right? You walk into a room and there's like skeletons and all kinds of crap throwing things at you, and but there's just like more design happening in less time in this game. So I think that's an important thing. Even the diversity of level. I mean, like, we just moved down and we're somewhere else now, you know. Stakes is also another big one, like challenge. The game needs to be hard to create tension. All kinds of stuff like that is valuable. I even think about I think a lot about Hollow Knight and why it didn't work for me. But I know what does work for work. These days I can recognize why Hollow Knight works for other people. And to me, a lot of it is like, it doesn't have a super sophisticated platforming. The features aren't super sophisticated. It's quite a bone, like a stock, like a vanilla set of movement. Right? It's very it kind of feels stock to me, the way like the jump curve works, all that kind of stuff. What's happening here, Adam? I need this to go like here, and then there, and then I can do sort of like this, and then we could do that. But because it's so like, you press one button, you get one hitbox, then playing sort of like keep away with enemies, it works in that game. It couldn't work in Insignia unless I made Insignia a much faster game. But I'm chasing something different. There's kind of like a sensory, tactile thing about it that I think it gets. I'll tell you what it is. Mechanically, Hollow Knight does not try and it doesn't ask you to wait to find out how it feels and how it's like, it doesn't say like, learn how to do this thing, you'll realize why it's important later. It's sort of very obvious and evident, like what's good in the game and what's like how to use a specific thing, and it doesn't really concern itself with like forcing you to think about yeah, like what's the word? Because I'm trying to contrast it with Insignia. Right now, Insignia is like, it demands a bit of you. It's like, hey, here's this directional attack system. It'll be useful later. You probably should learn it. And there's fun there, but it's not obvious. I feel like Hollow Knight's quite obvious in what it's asking you to do, like where the challenge is. It's like, don't get hit, you know? And I think a lot of people, you know, it doesn't play like Dark Souls, but it has that Nintendo Entertainment System feel of like, just get good, man. Just don't get hit. And I think that in terms of like promises made versus promises kept, if you look at games that way, I like to think about games that way these days. It keeps its promise very clearly. It makes its promise and keeps it, you know? It's like, okay, don't get hit. These enemies, they'll hurt you if they hit you. So you better not get hit. Whereas like Insignia, you know, it's like, it's got a lot of different types of enemies, and some of them, it doesn't have contact damage. So there are times when an enemy is more dangerous than when it's not, which means it has to communicate its state a lot more clearly. It has to say, okay, this is going to be dangerous when he does this animation, you know, so you have to be mindful of the animations. And then there's, because it's a lot less black and white compared to Hollow Knight, which is a very monochrome game, using color correctly to signify when something is dangerous. It's also a game world where like an enemy is not as obvious, because there are like NPCs that are animals, and there are like, you know, enemies that are animals, and just stuff like that. At like, it's trying to be this like fantasy world, so, and it has all this other like granular stuff in it that it's a lot harder to communicate to players what's special about it. So I need to be better, like much better at that. I think I'll get there. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like with Hollow Knight, I got far enough to form an opinion that I think is honest. And I don't believe that it's got anything left in it from where I got up to. I don't think it's got anything left in it that would change my mind. And it's not that I think like I said, I think it's a good game. It's just not a game that I'm personally, at the point in my life when I played it, it wasn't novel for me. It felt kind of like, I've played this kind of game before, and I think I just was in a different mental headspace about what I was interested in playing, you know, the kinds of action experiences. Like Hollow Knight is like a fast-paced, kind of like very action dense but mechanically light Metroidvania. And if you were playing games in like 2004, that's what all games were like. Even like 1998 or whatever on the Super Nintendo, PlayStation 1, all games played like Hollow Knight 20 years ago. So when Hollow Knight came out, I had been very interested in what Dark Souls was doing, slowing gameplay down, forcing the player to be more considerate, slowing animations down, using weight effectively, thinking about, even like Sekiro, you know, thinking about gameplay depth rather than gameplay speed. That was where my tastes were moving. So to me, Hollow Knight felt a little bit just like, okay, I've seen this before, I've played this before. And also, Hollow Knight does something that, it's just not a knock against players who like Hollow Knight, but Hollow Knight does something that I don't like, which is that it's not very respectful of the player's time. Like the runbacks to the bosses, I don't like. And the bosses themselves, the way that Dark Souls forces you to learn bosses feels a lot more fair than the way that it did in Hollow Knight, because it was like the strategy in Hollow Knight is like the same pretty much. You just don't get hit. Whereas Dark Souls, it's like you can get hit in Dark Souls and realize why you got hit by rewinding 10 seconds back. It's like, I got hit because I stood in the corner of this map and I should have rotated left 10 seconds ago. You know? It's like I walked into this situation and I put my, like strategically, I've screwed up. So it feels harsh, but it also feels kind of like you have to get better at thinking about combat in Dark Souls. Whereas in Hollow Knight, you kind of just have to get better. And it's not that, like, you know, I'm sure if I just took some time out and just started playing Hollow Knight and was like, I'm just going to play this because I want to. Yeah, I'm sure I'll play it and enjoy it. And it's not, I don't think the execution is bad. It just wasn't what I was looking for in the start of 2017. It's just a kind of challenge that I was less interested in playing. And because I was making Insignia, I just started making Insignia at the time. The things that I was interested in exploring as a developer were the exact opposite of what Hollow Knight was doing. Like, and it's not, I mean, maybe there was like a little bit of, I don't know, not like jealousy or like angst, but like, I didn't like I think at the time I felt a little bit like the bar should have been higher for certain mechanics. And that is a prejudice that as I only have as a game developer. Like, it doesn't mean anything, and I'm not saying you guys should feel any differently about Hollow Knight or anything like that. But like, there were certain things that at the time I was like, why didn't they put more effort into this kind of, the way that this thing feels? Which again, it's totally a bias that I have as a developer. It's not anything to do with the game. And it's not really valid as a criticism. It's just something that I didn't. Yeah, it's just like how I felt. Like, I find it very distasteful how Hollow Knight's jump arc is this. I just don't like it. It feels like somewhere between like lazy and like anything is better than this. Like, but it's not. It's obviously intentional. That's what I want the game to feel like. You know, that as the jump arc and being able to do this against the walls. You know, I just don't, it's just not my taste. But obviously that's not like that cannot be a valid criticism, because it's not got anything to do with like, I'm not acknowledging in that sentiment that they did that on purpose. Obviously they wanted it to feel like that. Otherwise they would have made it feel differently. So like, if I don't like it, it just means it's not for me. It doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just like, I want something different in my platforming mechanics. And that's fine too, right? So I'm not trying to fire shots. I'm just trying to explain why Hollow Knight is not something that resonated with me at the time. Like, it just personally isn't my taste. partly because I played so many games like that in the years prior, partly because I'm making Insignia and was making Insignia at the time. It's just a personal thing. Yeah, I loved Celeste, right? So that's another, you know, a little bit of trivia. I had just played. It was so funny that like Celeste, Dead Cells, and Hollow Knight came out, and those three games just like fully dictated that generation and half of this generation too. Like, I didn't like Dead Cells either. I played it a bit. I got almost to the end of it, I think. And wasn't for me. Something, I think there's like a, I have like a, I don't know how to put this, like, I mean, this is, again, this is a purely personal take, and it's not about the game's been good or bad or anything like that, but I get quite bored of games that are about additive power fantasy. If those games are presented as skill games, like if I could just go in to a boss room and spam like every possible option at the boss, and then the boss just like eats my million projectiles and dies, I feel like the game has, you know, lost some opportunity to be more balanced. Or like maybe I just won because of dice rolls, or because I'd been playing for a long time and I unlocked enough stuff to like give me that power. It's like when a roguelike kind of just goes, you've been playing long enough. I'm just going to give you a break here, and you're just going to get all the gear. By now, you've unlocked it all, so just go for it and just win. At that point, I'm like, well, I wish you didn't do that. That doesn't mean that it doesn't feel fun to do. It's just, again, as someone who's been playing games since 1992 or whatever, I just am not as interested in it because there are other game experiences that I've played and things that I like and blah, blah, blah. Just different tastes at this point. I think I'm like quite... I'm quite fixated as a gamer, and one of the things that I fixate on is, I mean, I'm like a relic at this point of everybody is. Every player is a relic of the games that they played when they were between the ages of 8 and 15. Whatever you played between 8 and 15 dictates what you want to play for the rest of your life, I think. That's my opinion. So like, for me, I played from Super Mario Brothers to Dark Souls. That's my childhood up until I was about 15. Some of the Assassin's Creed games I was pretty into. For me, action gaming after Dark Souls, it's almost like I'm not interested in what happens next. It's like, especially as a designer, it's like I saw all of this happen. I saw Dark Souls come out, and then everything since then is kind of like, oh yeah, that's whatever. It's just sort of doing this, not the same thing. It's not that things have changed, but for me personally, at that age, I took an interest in a kind of game design that I'm still personally searching for, that's like not up, but it's like somewhere else. It's just like, unless a game is like doing something on this path, I kind of don't really care. Like the Spider-Man PS5 games, I don't care. Batman, I don't care. You know, where the enemies queue up one by one and you just beat them up, it's not interesting. Even like The Last of Us, like I don't play that because of the mechanics. Like I've played the shooters. I played all the shooters. So like if you're just gonna be gunplay, fine. If it's gonna be chest high walls, like we did that in Gears of War on the 360. There's like certain formats of gameplay that it's sort of like they just live in this. They're just like extensions of what we already were doing in 2006 to 12. And even like parkour, like there are some really sick games on Twitter of people making like parkour games, and they're like Mirror's Edge on full steroid crack. And it's like, that is a genre where there's like cool stuff happening. But I feel like I'm sort of fixated. I feel like I'm like fixated on this other thing that I got distracted by in this period. I got distracted by this thing. And this thing that I got distracted by was something that I talk about in a video. Let's see if I can find it. This thing here, the first part of this video explains this a lot. It's probably not going to load because why would it load for me? Today was not a lock-in day. Okay. Oh, nice hair. Every game was moving in a specific direction around this time, where it was like animation systems were getting better and combat was getting faster and more cinematic, not necessarily, sort of deeper, but not in a you fight one enemy and the experience is deeper, but like you fight lots of enemies. The character action game was becoming very popular in this time, right? So Bayonetta, God of War, that was a lot of combat was like heading in that direction. And the power fantasy of you can take on 1 million enemies started getting a bit, for me, kind of a bit boring. And Dark Souls was this thing of like, hey, did you know you can make a really fun combat game where the combat's really slow and clunky? And it triggered something in me that I had been sort of feeling since like 02 to like 08, where I played Kingdom Hearts 1 and then Kingdom Hearts 2 in 06. I think it came out. And then Dark Souls in 2012. And there was this thing here where I like Kingdom Hearts 1 a lot. And I like Kingdom Hearts 2 less. And I like Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance less. And I like Kingdom Hearts 3 less. And from Kingdom Hearts 1 to Dark Souls, it creates this curve that's a very different... Oh, Kingdom Hearts music comes on. It's like a whole different thing of like... Like, what if you make a game where at the start of the game, just pressing the attack button is like you're doing something right. You're just pressing the attack button. You don't even have a dodge roll yet. You don't have nothing. You just have attack. And by the end of the game, you're doing really cool stuff. But all in the middle is this like slow build of like abilities, movement, mechanic. Like you start at Dark Souls and you end at Bayonetta or whatever, or something less than that. To me, the curve is more interesting than the height. To me,
This is way more interesting than KH2. KH2. You start here in KH2. Like at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, the best thing you can do is like Ars Arcanum or Ragnarok. In KH2, you're doing that in like the first 5 minutes. KH2 goes all the way to here. In KH3, you start here. This is not impressive. Doing cool stuff, if you're doing it in the first 5 minutes of the game, isn't cool. It's just watching colorful lights happening on screen. So like for me, I'm interested in the curve. I want to see a game that starts you in a very satisfying but locked down framework of combat, and then slowly unpeels layers after layers until you have something that's really, really satisfying. And every game today feels like it's since that time. I mean, since we got good 3D graphics, every game is like, let's do more. Even From Software with Elden Ring is like, I wish they would make the first 20 hours of Elden Ring feel like Demon Souls. You know? Make it feel so slow so that when I finally get Rivers of Blood and I'm doing waterfowl dance or whatever with the Millennia's hand, it's like that should feel amazing after starting at nothing. It's a design restraint question. Yeah, it's what it is that this conversation is about power creep. It's a power creep question. Dude, it's so hot in my room right now. What the hell? I'm gonna take a break and I'll come back in a bit. We'll keep working.
Okay. Dudes. I love this conversation, by the way. I'm sorry if some of you feel like somebody on YouTube today, I read a comment saying like, I really like when you lock in on stream. I'm really sorry to that person because I did not lock in today. It's Friday, so I'm allowed to. One thing that I love about this conversation is it relates very, very closely to earned moments in cinema. Earned gameplay is how I think about it. Dramatically earned or mechanically earned. Hey, Philosopher Zero. You probably know me from my YouTube channel. Pixel art guy. This one. How many hours a day? I mean, I try to spend like 8. I try to work on it full time. Yeah. So for me, this concept of like earned power is one of the reasons why I know Black Wukong is a good game, but it didn't appeal to me because it felt like a game, looking at it in advertising media, it felt like a game that wasn't going to be one where I earned the power. I don't care if you can do cool stuff in a game. I don't care. It's so easy to make a game where you can do cool stuff. It's easy to make a game where you jump high and you run fast and you can defeat 1 million enemies in one hit. Like, that's not interesting to me. So even like Tides of Annihilation, that game looks gorgeous. I don't know if I'm interested. You got to show me something more than just like cool VFX. Like if the cool VFX don't come in the context of some innovative gameplay mechanic where you use the combat to do something interesting, I'm not interested. And I think it comes from maybe again, like, because I played so many fighting games and I've sort of like built up this understanding of game mechanics and systems. And sure, if it was my first game, I probably wouldn't care about any of that stuff. I'd just be like, you can do cool stuff, so I'll enjoy doing it. But I don't know, maybe because I am inclined that way. Now I feel like if I'm playing a game, I want to see depth, you know. And if you do cool stuff, I want to see it look like the player is doing cool stuff because they're good at it, not because it just is cool to look at. Like, if you do cool stuff in Tides of Annihilation, is it because you're good at the game or because the game just looks like that? That's why I don't like Kingdom Hearts 3. At least the gameplay side of it. It's just like, it looks great, but I'm not doing anything. I'm watching Kingdom Hearts 3.
I know there is gameplay in it that's interesting. I know that people who play Kingdom Hearts 3 a lot, you know, you can do really interesting hard boss fights that are in there, and there's challenging deep gameplay in there. It's more about the premise of it, I suppose. I am making an effect, yeah. What's your definition of earning cool moments? Is it strictly mechanical, like being able to execute button timings, learning boss patterns? For me, it's a combination. When it depends on the genre, obviously, but I think for me, it's a combination of, like when it's done right, it's like in the Souls-like sense, it's something to do with like builds. So the player has chosen to set up their character a certain way because of gear they've unlocked and that kind of thing. And so it's like gear and or like player progress, but then within that player progress, the player has, so you've unlocked a bunch of stuff, but within the stuff you've unlocked, you've picked this and this and this, and when you combine them together with this specific kind of skill that requires execution, it lets you play like this, which changes the game entirely. That feeling for me is like peak earned, game feel. Like when someone is playing Elden Ring and they have like a specific like parry curved blade, and they're standing there and they're parrying the bosses. To me, it's like, wow, they didn't even have to dodge that because they stood in front of the boss. They parried that move, which I didn't even realize you could parry that. You know, it's like you can't do that without the weapons that let you do that. But you also need to have learned to play the game a different way to get good at that. Like you sort of like found a space that's valuable of like game design within like that the developers put there for you, and then you used it to discover or like create a new kind of expression that makes your gameplay look different from everybody else. So like, you know what this is equivalent to in single player games? This is equivalent to in fighting games like Super Smash Bros. Melee, people figuring out how to do wave dashing. It's like you figured out that if you do this thing with the buttons, you can move like that. And wait, now that lets you play like this. And now we're all going to have to learn how to play like that, because that's crazy that you can move that fast now. And oh shit, there's a whole 25 years later, we're all still playing Melee. Maybe not me, but people are still playing Melee because that game has so much movement depth. That was like a bug. You know, the RPG version of that is FF7 materia, when you have, you know, whatever it's like the reflex materia that lets you counter with a summon and also summon 4 times Knights of the Round every time you get attacked. You know, it's like it's your turn and you choose to attack me, but because you choose to attack me, I get to summon Knights of the Round 4 times. You know, it's like, and it even happens in board games. You know, like I don't know if you guys play a lot of homebrew board games, but a lot of the issues that come from those games is that people who design them want to feel like that, because that's the most interesting thing that can happen for someone who plays a board game a lot. If you play a lot of like, I don't know, card games like Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever, the coolest thing is when you go, actually, 20 things happen.
And so people who really like playing card games, when they start designing them, that's the first thing they do. Like turn 1 of their game will be, I get to do 50 things. But that's not it. It's not that you can do 50 things. It's that you can do 50 things if you do all this other stuff that requires like multiple turns of setup to do. Like that's why in Yu-Gi-Oh! The like Exodia thing is so cool, because it's like Exodia is such a like long shot. At least in the original. You know, the idea of like, I'm going to build my whole deck around getting these 5 cards and then I just win. You know, and it's going to cost me in the short term, but that's a different kind of thing than if I was playing for some other objective. That to me feels like game depth. Not just high risk, high reward, but the fact that there are different strategies. There is high risk, high reward. There's low risk, low reward. There's like a steamroll thing where you snowball. There's glass cannon builds. There's like these different kinds of things that then when you come up against somebody else and you're playing against them, the nuances in the way that my strategy, you know, interacts with your strategy make that encounter interesting. That's game depth. Like there's not just multiple ways to play, but there's multiple valid ways to play. And we have different incentives because of the way that our different strategies are built. And that clashes and collides in interesting ways. And the pyrotechnics is the result of all of that stuff. You know, the cool stuff happening is the last thing that happens as a result of a bunch of cool stuff being set up. Because and this is where it gets really game designy, good entertainment, all human entertainment is built on essentially peekaboo. It's setups and punchlines. Right? It's the threat of something and then the payoff of the thing actually happening. That's what good storytelling is. That good, you know, a good stand-up comedian is. That banter with a friend is. That all entertainment plays on this thing of like, will it happen? Will it happen? Maybe it'll happen. Oh my God, it happened. So something that took a long time to eventuate and then pays off always feels satisfying, right? It's like watching, you know, something tension, and clicks in place. Pushing a button, my freaking keyboard keys feel good for that reason, right? It's like I push on the keycap and it's like push, give. Right? It's like anticipation and payoff. Clicking is like the most basic thing you can do with a button. But there's something satisfying about it because it's the potential for it to click that makes it interesting. It's the resistance and then the give. Bottoming out a key doesn't feel good. Bottoming out a key that you had to push a little bit feels better. In my opinion. And it loosely comes to this. I think we're just wired to feel this way. We're wired to... It's like an age-old survival story of like, if you
chase the deer long enough, you'll tire it out, and then you get to eat meat tonight. If you look a little bit longer for the berries in the bush, eventually you'll find really juicy berries and you'll eat really good tonight. If you plant this seed and you wait and you wait and you wait 3 months, you get to eat some really nice vegetables. It's like the idea that good things come to those who wait and that it's worth investing more time in than less is just a story that we've been telling ourselves and learning about the world for like millions and millions and millions of years. It's very hard to we're just wired to like that. Because when it pays off, it feels so good. Striking flint together for hours until you get a spark to actually turn into embers, and then you can boil water and have a hot bath. Oh my God. Hot water is so freaking good compared to being wet in the rain. But it takes time to get the hot water. Okay, this animation is part of the water effect in the game. When you do water abilities. Do I feel the same with RuneScape? I like RuneScape. I liked it when I was a kid. Dude, that's so smooth, but I feel like I have too many frames. I'll just leave it at that. Hey, Maritaria. Thank you so much. Which is why, actually, I can't remember what I was saying. I'm back on Dark Souls in my brain. Dark Souls feels so good because it feels so bad for so long, but eventually getting good at it is rewarding. You have to eat your vegetables before you get your dessert. So I have this, I guess I have this thing. I find it very stimulating to think to design within and around the constraints of how much good do you make the game feel at the start, and how much resistance do you put up against the player? Where is that line between I'm going to make this fun to do, but what I'm asking you to do is harder than it's fun to jump around, but jumping around isn't where the challenge is. The challenge is in this thing. That balance of I want you to You want to have that instant gratification of feeling fun in a pixel art game because it's fun to jump around and it's a game and it looks like Mario Brothers and that's great. But like, I also want you to feel resisted, because if you think you've done everything that's interesting that you can do, you're going to lose interest. It's like a very delicate dance, right? It's a conversation with the player. I love it. I'm fascinated by it. I'm sure comedians do this too. I'm sure they feel the same sort of sense of curiosity about how to keep people's attention. I'm sure a lot of them don't think that deeply about it, but there is a science there, right? There is some sort of psychological thing to study. And a lot of comics, I think, will say, everyone does comedy is this, you know, or everyone does comedy differently. But I think there are, I don't know, I think you can probably identify humor in a way that's quite descriptive, that isn't just everyone finds different things funny. People have different tastes for sure, but I think you can still explain why something is funny. Explaining always kills it though. Okay, one more white thing that I want to do here, which is I've spent so much time on this last bit that I've been working on, and I think it's not good. I have a feeling I don't like it, that I won't keep it. I'm like, I've caught a scent. I know that I'm on the right track broadly with this design, but I don't think I got it this iteration. I just feel that I'm not there yet. I had it and I lost it. Is the game still playing right now? You guys have been listening to birds chirping for like 3 hours. Hope you like birds chirping. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't know what's going on here. I think maybe this blue should be coming in earlier, and then even this blue should be coming over the top. The fidelity is hurting me, I think. It's kind of like we're reaching too high now. There's so many frames and so much stuff that it's kind of like getting a little bit overwhelmed. I am also concerned that I've put too much dimensionality into it, but again, really hard to know because it can't be static. It has to be moving, and if it's gonna be moving, it can't be moving biased because I don't know which direction the player is going to be moving in, and if it's going to be moving in a way that's not biased, it can only be spinning. That's the problem with this. So I always end up making it curl just because, like, what else am I going to do? Love these colors though. They're so PS2 JRPG. It feels like Destiny Islands or Besaid. That like so blue it's green water. What do they call that? Fruitiger arrow, kind of. That's not bad. I can try it in game and iterate, but it needs to pass a test here first. So there was this test that I was doing, and what I'm trying to do is take this one and then replace it, and that one, let's just say, and replace it with this one. If I can get it working, then I can figure it out. That's probably not true. I probably could have started a bit earlier, but I'm here now. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced yet. Honestly, I feel like the bubbles that I started with are the most, they sustain, they survive the most in this thing. Because they're the least directional. But I wouldn't want the bubbles to be the only thing we've got. So it's almost like the bubbles are great as body, but they don't contribute to the foam in a nice way. And all the little flicks are, they're okay, but they also create a level of chaos that I don't like, because it's sort of like saying it's sort of like denying the actual direction that the player is doing something in. They're like lying to you or like conflicting. Yeah, I use this palette just for VFX, that's right. Okay, so first of all, I'm just gonna like remove 1, 2, 3 of these frames. I just went too deep on that, man. Yeah. Shame. It's a real shame. If I flip these, you know, maybe you get something that looks good. But none of this looks as good as this. Hang on. Like that looks fantastic. And that looks fantastic because all of the layers are contributing to an upward motion. They all lift in a cascading way. The yellow abilities in the game work quite well this way because the yellow abilities all take you down. So they all cascade down. The fire abilities all go across. So I can kind of trust that they're going to move in a specific direction. But the water abilities, which is the hardest one, all do something different. And they move in different directions. So that it's much harder for me to guarantee that if I draw something, it's going to behave correctly. Like I created a new ability today that is... It's like a water parry that has a boost at the end. So you kind of... wait a second. Come here. You get hit, and then you use the hit to go in a direction. Right, you can like push any direction you want to go. So you can... So that stream... It needs to be able to follow you properly. Sup, Elzak? No weekend development plans. It also can't really dissipate the same way the fire does. Fire is so noisy, you know, it's okay to just do whatever you want with fire. Water, there's more to it. I love this. I just don't think I can get away with it's too organized. It's too not manufactured. What's the word? Fabricated. Because it's not going to do this every time. It's going to do this sometimes, and that's... I don't know. Maybe I should be okay with this. Could you have the falling parts separate? Oh, they always will fall down. No. This isn't a question of that the drops are going to go up or down. It's a question of the physical flow of the design is up or down. Oh, you're saying should I rotate them? No. No, because what ends up happening is I could do this, but I would have to draw 16 of these. Or actually, let's have a think about it. I'd have to draw up, I'd have to draw this way, and I'd have to draw this way, maybe even this way. And then I'd have to flip it based on which direction the particle system was facing. Honestly, maybe I take this one and I rotate it this way. Maybe I take this one, I rotate it this way. Like, can you get away with just this? The problem is, like, there are parts of the game where you do this, right? I can't create this by stitching together this plus this plus this plus this. Can I? Maybe I could. Like, it just... You bastards. Let me see what I can do here.
Yeah, everything except the fact they all bounce backwards. I'd have to draw horizontal ones. I couldn't just do that. I'd need to draw vertical ones and horizontal ones separately. And then I could pick whichever one depending on what I want. Maybe even a vertical one. But then if I'm going to do that, I need to distinction. There's a distinction between these particles which go down that way, these ones which go that way, these ones which go that way, and these ones which go that way. Once I have, and even potentially down, that's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times at least 3. You know? It's 15 animations. I've done like 5 today. I would much prefer to see if I can get away with just one set. I mean, it's not bad what I've got here. It's not bad. It just needs to be... I think the trick is everything kind of like up and across a little bit, which is what I've been doing actually. I'm already pretty deep into that. Like diagonal up, forward, and folding back on itself is what I've been doing the last few. This one was too vertical, I felt. But this one, maybe if we did like much more selectively. Hang on, let me see if I can composite something that's a bit better. This was the first one I did that was more like a sustained water source bubbling over. This works quite well in any direction. It's just not very dynamic. It's not very interesting. It's more like a volume of water being persisted and then dissipating. Less of a splash. You could do a bit of both. Let me see. I just want to do this thing one more time, but maybe I will take away the ones that I thought were too vertical. I mean, I'm kind of already there. Or I could just flip this one. Let's say I could figure out if they were facing left or right at least. You know what? It's actually not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I think I might just need to be a bit more relaxed about. It's got kind of a wave aspect to it, almost like an ocean. If I have them always facing the correct way, maybe it's fine. Yeah, I think we're at the prototyping engine stage. Because I think the expressiveness of it is super important. The splashes are just so cool to look at. Not having them is weird. I wouldn't want to just play it safe. I think we got to go for something expressive that looks kind of intentional.
we bring it closer together? Yeah, I think that's it. I think you just keep it really tight, spawn a lot of it. I think we just win. I think that totally works, actually. Mind is made up. Just be confident with it. As long as I can, if I have to, I might have to do a little bit of orientation, like making sure that it's facing the right direction, so that if you're going right to left, it looks like it's going right to left. Let's take away the blob. Let's take this one, copy it, paste it here, and bring it all the way over to here. I think we got it. I think we got it. Because it looks like a wave. Looks like you're watching like an ocean wave, like cascade along a beach. Right, Jolie girl, right? You know exactly where I'm headed. You know where I'm headed. I appreciate you. Yeah, with these two, we've totally got it. Look at that. I might do a little bit less of the rotating back on itself. I might just let it sort of splash and resolve out a bit more. I think the rotation... I think I want to see a bit more out the front. You like the blobs for volume? I like it too. Maybe we could grab the blob and bring it back. It just, I felt like it stuck out a little bit here in a way that I couldn't super control. Like I would need a couple of these. I agree with you. There's something about the blobs that is valuable. You might even have a couple of them here. You know what's great about this? Because it's just opaque. You could just stack this stuff as much as you want. Like, it doesn't even cost you anything to just keep going. Like, just grab another one and just move it over more. Damn. We really did this, chat. I feel like I could watch that all day. And you know what? You could probably even take something like this one and just flip it. I don't even think it needs to be the same way anymore. What do you think? Better? Maybe the flipping's not so good. Having it be the same way, I think, kept it a bit more integrated. Yeah, better to go the same way. It's going to be hard because the vertical ones looked way better with less directional kind of like valence. Actually, there's something that I did here that I didn't do elsewhere, which was this little guy. I had a few of him flicking off the edges. This little thing. It's not really obvious. It's going to be hard to notice it. I love it. I think it's great. I think we're good. Maybe a little bit more deep blue in the middle of all of these, and keep the, like, I think temporarily right now it's like the deep blue needs to stay, and then all of it be light green. By the time we get to like here, it should just be all light green, so that you can watch the color pass through the animation over time. Right now I'm just modeling the color based on like the liquid depth. So as it gets thinner, yeah, it goes brighter. Whereas here, it's got a bit of teal and a bit of deep blue and a bit of white in it all the time. But I would want the front of the wave to look white and the back of the wave to look cyan. Right, so like over here, that should be white, but this shouldn't be at this point. The white should be gone at that point. Okay. Let's save all of these. I gotta go. No, I never finished that. I really gotta go. Abilities, sprites, character, Armin abilities, sprites, effects. Water. Water bubble. Concept demo. Took a long time to get here, chat. Lots and lots of work. From 2023, we were doing this. Yeah. Yes, the overlay also missed the end of its saga. Okay, adds wave and water effect concepts. All right, I gotta go. I feel terrible. I'm gonna miss my friend. I'm supposed to go climbing with him. I'm gonna be late again. I'm always late. See you, pals. Wishlist Insignia. That's the stream. I'll see you on Monday. As always, I've been Adam, you from the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.